heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slip through the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slip through the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slip through the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. And fall in great ravines, colossal steeples to the gods and the machines. Broken body built anew, spirit lingers torn in two. Metal fingers grip my heart so cold. Fossil fuels to slavery, political duplicity. Every great commodity's been sold. Slave to the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Your secret science conquers nature's cruel laws, but inside your wires lie a million mortal flaws. Electric sleep, I dream inside my honeycomb. I stay alive inside my hive of skin and chrome. Broken body built anew, spirit lingers torn in two. Metal fingers grip my heart so cold. Fossil fuels to slavery, political duplicity. Every great commodity's been sold. Slave to the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slave to the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Body built anew, spirit lingers torn in two. Metal fingers grip my heart so cold. Slave to the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slave to the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slave to the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slave to the new black gold, there's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within.
Okay. Good afternoon. Looks like we're all set. We are going to run the Go Mode podcast bi-weekly. We'll see how it goes, and we will try to go fast. Because what else should we do but go fast? 3, 2, 1, start. I've been thinking about if I got bombs there, if I was going to do something different, and I am. Sword, bombs, let's go to South Shore. Sure. $20. $50. Can't complain, that's fine. And yeah, we're gonna do most likely Dekker or RTDL stuff afterwards. I was thinking about maybe more Ender Lilies, but I'm not sure entirely. This is first thing, though. Oh no! Ice Rock Cave can't exist now. Oh, damn. Oh god, it's already ruined. Maybe people should be careful when they do shit. Who knows? This is the play I was originally thinking I would make anyway. Boom, ba-da-dum, boom, bum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Captain. Yo, thank you for the sub. The Prime sub. Much appreciated. You already run the GMP bi-weekly? Ah. Ah! You okay, Isden? So wait, Captain, did you not submit it? It was, Kazan. I tried going to Ice Rod Cave and died. I tried getting fancy. Got those bombs out of Link's house, and I was like, yeah, we're heading right for Mini Moldorm Cave and Ice Rod Cave. I got to Mini Moldorm and did that just fine, and then I died afterwards. Okay. No worries, dude. Let me guess, small key and sank. Oh good, it wasn't there. Small key's in the back. I think that realistically means we're gonna find a glove soon. Oh good, I can get Ice Rod Cave. I wouldn't be shocked by that news. I mean, Kazan, I heard you were in first place. That was the rumor. Apparently you were not anymore. Oh. Curious who is then. It doesn't change anything. If I know or I don't, like, I'm still just gonna run the seed, right? I don't know anybody's real styles. Of course. Why am I not surprised? Return to form for Artie Walsh. Yeah, after how the last one went, I'm not that surprised. You think I'm gonna pass you? Interesting. I mean, we said the same about Artie Walsh last time. He had a rough go. I mean, if I really wanted to clown, I could go straight to Aga. Yep, no worries, Case, and have a good one. Depending on how much, if I get money here, I might go into Eastern. Like, I'm thinking Green Pen and Eastern doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll go into Eastern for now. Because it's that or flipper checks, realistically, and I'm not loving either. Stun prize is a heart. Clearly, we need lots of that. Not sure I love the play, but we'll see if it works. Interesting. Can't do that if you don't have a hook shot. Hilarious. Game. Great job. Glover flute would be really nice. But yeah, I don't know if today would be enough to get to the Dekker achievements either. But we're just gonna keep at it. That or we'll do Dead Rising 4 or Dark Dreams Don't Die. One of those two. If I decide to go with... Or one of those three, I guess. If I decide to go with RTDL today. That's 3 items. You know, I should have looked at the island. I kind of didn't look at it. Imagine paying attention to the game. Let's try not to get murdered by crabs this time. We didn't get murdered! Yay! I didn't really take a look last time. Good thing I went back. Oh man, that was really silly of me not to look. We're gonna grab the 300 and buy Zora. Takes a lot of extra time, but honestly, I don't care. One hook. Two hook. Unfortunately, it was worthless, but we made the check. In what sense? Because, I don't know, I mean... Is this at all special, you think, or...? I mean, realistically, I think a lot of it has to do with other things. Like, maybe there's a nostalgia factor for it, for some people. I don't know, I could say that there's something to the idea that it's always a little different. I think, you know, it helps that the community is so interesting as a whole. I don't know. Like, I think what you'd have to look at is what causes people to want to play it, or what gets them into the community. Really? Like, speed gaming itself as a content provider of stuff, Link to the Past is definitely one of their big ones. Not to say that they don't have other games that definitely pull people in. But there's a mix. I mean, like, look at the fact that, like, GDQ has had this game used a bunch in different contexts, and it's done well for them. A lot of factors, really. Really? There's a possibility there. But people are fickle. You know? Look at other things that are popular. I think the big one is probably, like, there's definitely an ease of understanding to see why people do certain things, or understanding how people make decisions. There's also I think there's a massive nostalgia factor for this game. I know for myself, it was seeing a run at GDQ. Like, I saw a GDQ run, and that kind of was like, oh, this looks really interesting. And then I started watching more. And I think there's, you know, it helps that there's an easy pipeline for people. You know, if people want to join the community, I'd say we're pretty easy to get into. Right. Pendant Skull Reds at Meyer and TR. Hilarious game. I could have gone south there, but I'm thinking north just because of the fact that I'd rather hit the checks, hoping to get Mirror before Swamp at this point. I don't know. If it's a good play, so be it. If it's not... It's interesting, though, Captain. I feel like we haven't heard, like, that's not a name you hear much anymore. Yeah. It's funny, because I remember during Crosskey's tourney, his name came up. Because, like, we were talking about how long a seed would take. And I remember a lot of people being like, oh yeah, he would have crushed this tourney. And I was just thinking, like, I don't know, like... Community's gotten a lot better. And... Sorry, there's just no outright favorite ever. He's like, please, let me hook that pot. I know how to hook that pot. Please just let me do it. Ow. The Zyzak touched me. It was mean. I mean, I remember when Christos still played. But, like, he hasn't played in a while from what I understand, so... Yeah, I can't remember how long I've been watching. Maybe then, maybe before. Would help to remember, you don't have a glove, Jess. Who would have thought I'd be in Thieves Town without a glove? There's a glove. Thanks, game. French vanilla glove. Fun. Hey Jess, did you remember? There's such thing as dig game. You go there with a shovel and you go and you dig up stuff. Need that money. Clearly in my head, I'm like in a fog or something where I'm just not thinking about what to do next. Probably gonna go up the mountain after this. Yep. Unfortunately, no mirror, so mountain it is. Well, back of escape and mountain. Back of escape first. If I get anything to make this better, great. Disrespecting the rats. Ice rod and ice? Smoky and mapped? Yeah. It was just the ice rod in the back. That's fine. Bag of seed just for Dark World, not for an item. Okay. That's fine. Catfish is going to be interesting. Pod. Really, I'm hoping for the bow first. But yeah, I think I want to get more RTDL done today, hopefully. Considering I've got requests from Dan and Joe on it. Dan's shouldn't take long, but if he's here, maybe we do one of his games. If neither are, then maybe I go back to Dekker knowing that it's going to take a while. Because I just know that getting either any of those could take an ass long. Hello, Dan. Captain, RTDL isn't really a game. So much as it's a thing, a contest of sorts. So, like, what it is that beginning of the month, you get assigned 25 achievements at random. And you try to unlock them. I don't know what my 25 achievements are because I play a mode of it called Scavenger. I know the order of the ratios of the achievements, and I know what games they're in. I just don't know which ones they are. You're funny, Dan. I'll have to refund you, Captain. Realistically. No, it's no biggie. That would not work, Dan. There, refunded. Hello, Havor. Okay. Yeah, Dan, I couldn't go for all 25 in a month. Too much. Could you imagine a month where I get Halo on the lists as well? I think I've got Walking Dead on the list this month already. And even if I narrow down the range, it's still going to be a bit of a pain in the butt. Yeah, it's a good game and it's easy. It's just a lot of achievements that aren't going to be fast. Yeah, I mean, I can work on my completion percentage, I know. But yeah, I was thinking, Dan, I might do... Depending on my mood, I'm thinking either Dekker or yours. I started Dekker on Wednesday and made some decent progress. Because I figured, you know, it's going to take me a while to get the achievement for Dekker. Like, I looked at the ratio and I was like, I'm not getting this in one stream. So I was just like, while I would prefer to do it while Joe can be here, I need to start it if I'm going to have a chance of doing it at all. So I was just like, plugging away. We got like 4 achievements last time. Like, if there was the right list with the games that I really actually wanted to play the most, something like that, you know. Like, I've seen some of your lists or some of Joe's lists, and, like, they're both so much more suited to what you both enjoy. Unfortunately, I've purchased a lot that I'm kind of, like, always wishy-washy on. So, you know, if I look at my list, like, I'm kind of, you know, whatever. You okay, Isden? Welcome back. Garbage. Clearly, this is a bad seed case, then come on. Required Aga for Moon Pearl on Pyramid is one of the worst things ever. Don't care who you are, that's always a bad layout. No. Just no, Captain. It's not. I've avoided Bahad, I've avoided Skull so far, but I'm wondering which of those is going to crumble first. What did you clown? Did you clown Aga before some other, like, one-offs? Kaysden. That's a bit of a clown show. Not gonna lie, dude. Three greater than one. Don't give me that shit, dude. You don't mind, DM. I barely accept that in, like, keys modes, let alone frickin' open. Oh my god, dude. Glad I did the boots and graveyard ledge together. Fire Rod doesn't open up a ton, but it does make me want to beat Skull. I don't know if it, like, did you ever go back for Zelda Cell then? I'm guessing you didn't. Hell.no. Is that an executable file, Kaysden? Come on. Hello, Grey Corvid. One. Two. Yes, good morning to you, Gray. You feeling better today, sir? No, that sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that. That's such a terrible way to look at it, Gray, please. Did you delete the executable joke, Dan? Oh, really? I don't know, I just like having my hands move more than anything, Gray. To be honest. That's what I tell myself, but I think part of it is also the one of the times I tried doing it really early in my rando career, I ended up on... Oh, right, pendant. I ended up in between pegs and got stuck. So I always, like... I guess I got into a habit of just saying, I don't want to end up between two pegs. I don't know. Maybe I'm playing it too safe. Realistically, go mode, I don't need it. I don't know what I was thinking. I was already at the top of Hera. I don't know. I don't have a good excuse. Ether. Should probably check out Meyer next. See if I need another medallion. I'm not checking Spike Cave, though. I need 2 medallions. Great. I was hoping that I would have it, or it would also be Ether. So then I could say that I don't have to do TR. Earlier. Like, I could save TR for last. I can't do that now. Silvers? Sure. I don't remember, did I scout this? Well, what I can say is Pyramid Fairy is dead. I know. I'm a hurtful, spiteful creature. I don't know, would it have been quicker to do that? To get big chest? Still waiting on pod. This is an easier dungeon to do everything. But yeah, anybody who came in a little late, our plan is to finish up to do this bi-weekly seed for the Go Mode podcast. Then probably some Xbox stuff. We're looking at either Dr. Dekker, Dead Rising 4, Dark Dreams Don't Die. And if I really don't want to do RTDL, I am also still considering Ender Lilies. Quietist of the Nights. If you missed Ender Lilies, we started it earlier in the week. It was a recommendation from Alu. What game? What's the game first? Factorio. Huh, I don't know. Hadn't thought about that one, Kayston. The hard part is like streaming PC games. Like, I don't really do that much. We all remember what it was like when I used to stream Fall Guys a few times. Let's go mode. Yes. Quite simply, Captain. There's a reason I went here first. I avoided pod without a bow, which is probably what saved me the most. I don't know, I dipped one bowless dungeon and got hook shot. Logically, I could have dipped another and gotten something else nice. Captain, you understand why I said I did ice first, though, right? Of course. Of course it's more items. But the thing is that if I can skip a lot of pod, skipping pod is better than skipping ice. Because realistically, ice is going to be a full clear. Pod, you can cut corners. Exactly. Right. Ice-T is an exception, but Ice-T had one of my go modes, so... It's like, when you do Turtle Rock, you know you have to do all Turtle Rock. Yes. I agree with you there, Kayston. Ice was a lot more interesting as a dungeon before Icebreaker. Because the time investment into Ice Palace was a lot more intense. That is a more interesting... That's an interesting way to look at it, for sure. Yeah, now Ice is just a linear dungeon, so you have to do it. And you just do it when you can. There's no extra time investment into doing it. Oh, of course not. It's not that any of us can't do it, it's just, it's faster. With Samaria. I don't know if I was really playing the game before Icebreaker was a thing. I remember watching when it wasn't a thing. Yeah. Going around Ice Palace the old school vanilla way is... It's an investment. Like, in this seed, you would have had to have gone the hookshot side. You would have had to have gone through the hookshot room. Like, that really is just... It does feel bad. After we ban hovering, Kayston. Oh my god. Hovering's the devil. Whoa, 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 cat. Hold your horses there, buddy. That's a step in a way over the top direction. Oh. That would get pretty crazy, though, to think about. Get out, Gray. Mod abuse. Oh my god. So when we say all minor glitches, does that mean that we have to finish the seed in logic? And like, would that also mean you can't do hammer yump and keys? Yes, it is. It is a minor glitch. No spin speed or hook speed. No block deletions. No hook clips. Remember, NMG is no major glitches. Minor glitches. So no diver down, no spooky, no hook speed or spin speed. There's a lot that we take for granted as minor glitches. Good. Come over to the right side again, Captain. Welcome back. All we gotta do is get Gray to come back to swords now. I don't know, are they like... Is a dark room a glitch? Ooh, Kaze, that's a... It's funny, like, we ran GDO. Way back. Oh, right! Have fun, my NDM. I just saw that the 2 channels went live for the 2 races at 3. So, yeah, have fun. Good luck to John. But yeah, no, I could do GDO again. I have said I'll do a GDO run again in the future. I'll just have to remember not to glitch and fail the run in any of the numerous spots. Yeah, the hardest part is, like, with a glitchless run, Captain, is, like... It's not even the fact that you have to do dungeons in order. It's the glitches. Because so many we use in the normal run are not allowed. You think about Meyer, like... I forget who it was that messed up in Meyer where they did a fire rod shot through a block. Like, that's not allowed. You know, something like you're at the top of GT and you hook through a block. Like, that's not allowed. Going to Swamp, you can't mirror delete. Like, these are such little things that we take for granted now. And you're just like, no. No glitches. Going to Swamp, not allowed. Damn. Gray, that's even more serious. How do I beat the game if I can't go to Swamp? That's a pet. They're so rare, they just, you know, you gotta deal with them, Captain. I saw towards the end of that one. I was like, oof. That's bad luck. Just play your game. That was a Monka fight. I lived. The key's not in the tower? What? Gray. $420. There's not even 420 checks in the game, dude. Kazin, are you gonna beat me, or do I have a shot? It's pot sanity. Oh my god. Can I get the key? There. Go faster! That's right. Powder the skeleton. That's how you win. No. No. If I hit it, I know I'm okay, and I'll do it. Damn it, Kingston. Oh, you and Gray both. My run's not valid. Don got inverted keys. Love that mode. There we go. 135.57 real time. I'm gonna go refill my water. Time for another one. I wasn't planning to do another one. I was planning to play other games. We'll let the credits play though. I'll be right back. Pick up some trash and refill this. The chair! The chair is the most important part of the stream, isn't it? Depends on IGT. Hazen won? Damn it. Damn it! Let's see. 134, 41, 157. Hazen, what was your IG? What was your RTA? Or your, yeah, what was your RTA? Let's see. You beat me in both, dude. You had a 133.33 RTA. You're funny, Kasten. But yes, hello, Joe. Oops, I refilled my water and I left it over there. I mean, let's see. For the leaderboard for the week, I am currently 4th out of 16 people. The only people ahead of me are RD Walsh, Kazen, and Trinex. Trinex beat me by about a minute. And then right behind me is Aaron. And really, like, from you, Kazen, to Aaron is like a 3-minute gap. And then there's a 3-minute gap between you and Walsh in first, which is kind of funny. And then, like, everybody after that right now on the leaderboard is kind of like... I'm not too shocked. Let's see, Gray. There's your time. Honestly, Gray, you're right in the middle of the pack. It's not bad. Decent time. You were like 8 minutes behind me? Yeah, it's weird that it doesn't show for you. Very curious. Do you show? Or does the leaderboard show? The leaderboard shows you don't show. I do not see your 142 on it. All I see is your post in the spoiler channel. No, you put your image in there. That's fine. I love that fixed image though. That's great. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn off the NT stuff for now, and we're gonna try to make progress on Dekker because Dekker's gonna take forever. Seriously. I think we put in like 3 hours on like Wednesday, and the achievements that it could be are just so far off. So to anybody who cares about the RTDL, here's the deal. The range on this one is a 1.78 to a 2.02, which means that it could be solve Dr. Dekker's murder without accusing any innocent people, made Nathan sing a song, played for 8 hours, 0 hints, and I absolutely didn't cheat at all. Unfortunately, I accidentally used a hint last time, so now I'm using hints and I don't care. And then 1,000 questions asked are the ones that it could be. So that's what we have so far. We were at the end of the first day and we were talking to Jaya.
I think the police want you to make a short list of suspects, or maybe even find the killer. You're seeing all the patients that were on the books when he was killed. There was no forced entry.
It's right in the middle, so
Like
maybe
someone he knew, or someone who had access to the office, like little old me. Do you think I'm a suspect, Doctor?
But realistically, because it's the second lowest ratio of the ones that it could be, I'm definitely not leaning towards that one. Later, Gray. I'm leaning more towards the hint lists and the 8 hours or 1,000 questions.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I suppose everyone's a suspect at the moment, even you. They did mention I needed grief counselling, though, and I said you'd sort me out. I know you didn't agree, but I thought I'd let you know. That's very kind of you. He was stabbed, so that's quite a personal thing to do. I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the patients who had a problem with the treatment they were getting. I'm just surmising. If you're unhappy enough to kill your therapist, they're probably not doing a very good job. I wasn't really in his social circle, so I don't know if he had any friends. In terms of enemies, I heard things get heated in his office sometimes, but I won't name any names. I don't know exactly, but a stabbing of some kind. We'll be getting the autopsy through at some point. I'll let you know when. I didn't see it myself, so I don't know. But I heard it was a bit of a mess with all the blood and everything. You know, they have people who clean up after such things, though, so you really can't tell, can you? But don't worry. That's a new chair.
Oh, good. You know, I'm not sitting in a bloody chair.
All I know is the police took his chair. Forensics, I suppose. Susan, Annabelle, Melissa. There are some names. But they're not names of anyone I know.
Bravo, Jaya. Okay, so let's see. What are the things I should ask about?
Yes. Ben found Dr. Dekker's body on Valentine's night in his office. In your office. I don't know what Dr. Dekker was doing here, and my services weren't required that evening. He'd often stay late though, so it wasn't that unusual.
Well, that was it. Next day. Yes, I am sure.
I'm having a loop day. It's a do-over day? You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again? You didn't know that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah? No. No, we played that game together, but we didn't meet in it.
Oh.
Well done, Doctor. Yeah, we met at secondary. Wouldn't it be funny if my day loops if you fail to get a question right? I agree.
I guess next day.
I'm having a loop day. It's a do-over day. You won't. That's a... Yeah, at secondary school. It's been fun, but I've got a pill. Dr. Dekker gave me this pill. He told me if I took it, I'd never have another loop day. It's got a small skull and crossbones on it. Should I take the tablet, Doctor? You're cool. I don't think this is getting us anywhere, though. I'll see you tomorrow. Again. I'm having a loop. It's a... Well, I never mentioned a pill this time, or a tablet. What the hell is going on here? Are you reliving my days? Something somewhere has changed since you arrived. Like some kind of sim theory. It's a thing. Some professor believes we could be living inside a computer simulation and someone is controlling us. And there are millions of these sims. And someone, somewhere behind a keyboard is just causing havoc. I'm starting to think you have that keyboard, Doctor.
I
Wait,
don't have
answer
a keyboard. I have a
wanna know.
controller, but I guess it's close enough.
Midnight each day.
On Valentine's night,
Time as you know it freezes.
20 minutes past 10.
Keep up, Doctor.
Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep.
I'm a grave digger, Doctor.
I was at home,
David is my husband.
all on my lonesome.
Stabbed him with a steak knife.
Nothing changes.
I'm a qualified angel of death when I'm dancing.
You get this day over and over.
Hilda,
I black out,
I don't think she's got long.
And Laurie just,
naked on the beach.
Hannah.
Is that it for today?
Act 2, Valentine's Day. Whee!
Ooh. Deja vu. Are you sitting in exactly the same place I left you last night? Oh, that's where it all starts, Doctor. Anyway, do you think you can fit me in today? Looking at the diary, it's just the usual suspects, and you must be getting sick of them already. I've got this for you, too. It's some more footage from Professor Alderby that was hiding away. Well, come find me if you need anything.
Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around. Nathan, Mariana, Elin, Claire, Bryce, Jasmine. And Lacey.
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes. I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes. I decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor? If you like spring, you're supposed to be optimistic and creative. Well, that explains why we're still having these sessions. Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past. So I guess he cursed me, if that's even a thing. Yes, Dr. Dekker cursed me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am. Can you give me some advice, Doctor? I've been trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. But setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best? I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day, visiting Hannah's grave. It was the anniversary of her death. Her parents wanted a huge funeral with all the trimmings. Hannah would never have come for it. It does give me somewhere to visit. I got to write the epitaph. We walk alone without our angel.
Damn.
I'm not religious, but when I wrote Hannah's epitaph, I knew her parents would want some acknowledgement of the great bearded one. But she was an angel to me. She was an angel to everyone. I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day. I've been alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else? It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
Oh, what do we burn and what do we look for? Do we look for somebody new? No, look when you're ready. That sounds like the right way to put it.
Thanks, Doctor. I appreciate that. I still don't think I'm ready to move forward in that respect.
What would you burn? Like, I feel like the rocking chair's the one. Like, why would you burn photos? Seems so terrible. Set Nathan on fire. Oh my gosh. Joe.
Set fire to the rocking chair. I never like the way it moves forwards and backwards. Forwards and backwards. She's dead. Thanks for bringing that up. I like winter. Being snowed in with Hannah. Just the two of us. It's paradise. She was interested. Maybe I misread. Maybe she was just being kind. I suppose most women wouldn't enjoy me talking about my dead ex for hours.
Probably not.
It's a sea creature, like an octopus. I suppose they find dinosaur bones everywhere. Just because we're on land now doesn't mean millions of years ago this place wasn't at the bottom of the ocean.
I'm Lacey Hendricks. So you don't know about me then? Where to start? My next door neighbour in Jobson Hill, where I live, she was murdered. 80, and they diversion burgled her. But she was wise to it and started calling the police. They slit her throat with a bread knife. So I started a neighbourhood watch.
Oops.
It was me and Agnes. Everyone else thought we were overreacting. If they want their throats cut, that's up to them, living in their bubbles. But Agnes. Poor Agnes. She went missing, and still is. And that's what people think. But it's not the truth. It killed them. It looks normal enough. A smartly dressed, door-to-door saleswoman.
Ooh.
I know because I heard my other neighbours shout at her. No Jehovah's! They think anyone knocking is a Jehovah. But she said she was selling double glazing. I don't know. I didn't answer the door. Best not to nowadays. But I watched her go to Agnes's. Poor Agnes. She let her right into her house. I could only see the silhouette. It turned from a person into a, well, it looked like I guess you'd call it a Medusa. Snakes for her face. And Agnes just fell to the floor. A few minutes later, the woman left, smiling like the cat that got the cream. That was the end of Agnes. I saw it with my own eyes. What more proof do I need? You're starting to sound like Dr. Dekker. He didn't believe me either. I didn't have much luck with him, like I said. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a hallucination caused by the stress of my neighbour being so brutally murdered. Where is Agnes, though? I haven't found her, have they? Have they? I was at Henley Church. They had a service that ran right up till midnight. For us less fortunates without a love in their life. Well, now. Do you have someone, Doctor? Do you have a love in your life? Garden club. You should come with me one night. It's a lovely way to meet new people.
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker? Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you? Ouch.
Ouch.
I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now. I had to work all day at Providence. When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting,
What happens when there's a person in the painting?
they watch me. Normally disapprovingly.
Oh no. The disapproving paintings.
Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art, because I'm too young. Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art gallery. I love art. I love paintings. Like I said, they move for me. When I want them to, normally. When I want to really get inside what's going on. But some paintings, I can't stop.
Those are called movies, in case you're wondering, everybody.
I've been working on portraits, at home, outside work. But my paintings aren't so good. Nowhere near Providence standard. I painted a man, Dorian. You know, after Dorian Gray. I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous. And it started talking to me. That I'm ugly, that I have no talent, nothing will become of me. Is that true, Doctor? I hear it so many times in that wretched painting. It's in my head. But thank you. He was shy, and then less so. When I told him about my problem, He told me to set fire to it. Yeah, he could have been more specific. I tried to set fire to Providence.
I don't think that's what he meant.
At that time, I thought the only way to fix my problem was to set fire to the entire art gallery. Several paintings didn't make it. Luckily, my boss didn't press charges.
Yeah, you are lucky.
The police did arrest me, though. My boss, Petra, she's just lovely like that. Providence has gone through some tough times, and I've only been there a year. She invested her life savings, and it's still not making any money. Such a sweet lady. You'd do anything for her. Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. It was nothing to do with Petra. No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance. I already ripped up the painting. It screamed as I cut it. And now whenever I close my eyes, I can see it, hear it. I need the tablets, Doctor. I need them. The temazepam, the sleeping tablets. The ones you gave me last time. Dr. Dekker gave them to me. They helped. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this? Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about that. And the prescription, please?
Bryce.
There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me. I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
And you don't know if you're out of control in your hour?
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground? I was home alone. I only live 5-minute cycle ride from here, so I could have been and gone several times. But I didn't. I've never been to this office outside my scheduled appointment time. I dug the grave for Dr. Dekker. I helped carry his coffin to the burial site. Do you know what? It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it. Why do you think that is? No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy.
Oh, a decoy body. Wow.
I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else. Or cremated. Somebody somewhere didn't want his body going in the ground. Do you want to be cremated or buried, Doctor? Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly a patient that died here. I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything. It's obviously not real. Probably a side effect of the sleeping pills I'm on.
Everybody's on sleeping pills in this story, did you know? What would you do if you had an extra hour? Would you go to a fairground, help people, steal things, or spy on people? Like, what would be interesting to spy on people at this witching hour of his? Stealing things would be interesting. Helping people would be odd. And a fairground would be interesting. And then we also have to answer the question, we prefer to be cremated or buried.
That's a good choice, Doctor. Less work for me. Yes, that does sound weird, doesn't it? I take the temazepam as an antidepressant when I feel I need a little chemical help. I don't want to sleep through my extra hour, so obviously I don't take it at night.
What kind of moral individual are we? Am I a bad person? A good person? A neutral person? I'd help people. Let's try to be nice.
I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back. And the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture.
Well, I can choose other options.
Yes, I would steal too, and I have stolen. I ran out of milk, so I thought I'd go to the local all-night shop and get some more. I was absolutely intending to pay, but when I got there, everyone was frozen. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but that seemed weird. The cashier would wake and suddenly this money would have appeared from nowhere. But I've stolen bigger things. Well, that makes me feel a little better. There's a young mother, divorced, who lives opposite me. Jessica. She's friendly and says hello to me, smiles. I've always wondered what she looks like naked. So 1 hour, I broke into her house. She was standing in her bedroom. I took it as a sign. I took off her clothes and... I took photos of Jessica when she was naked. When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor? I know. It's that bloody Dr. Dekker. He made me this way. It's all his fault. Like I said, I originally presented with depression, and everything was going well for a while. Then Dr. Dekker changed. He was easily distracted during sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give you advice... He told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it. Ha! That was just an example, Doctor. I'm sure you can come up with more exciting things to do than that. I visited Dr. Dekker once a week on Tuesdays. It's my day off because I have to work half days at the weekends. Yes, I suppose I've destroyed a few things whilst in the hour. You can be the perfect supervillain. Nobody knows it was you.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you had an hour where you could do whatever. Like, just thinking about it, like, if it was that late, like, I don't know, like, what there would really be to do because, like, it's just, you know, there's not a whole lot going on. Like, to be honest, I'm usually not asleep at that hour, so, like, it wouldn't change anything there, but, like, would I game? Would I read? Like, more likely than not, those are the kinds of things I'd be doing.
That wretched dig goes on 24/7. 25/7, if you ask me. Your patient, Nathan, caused quite a stir. He interrupted one of the female students all night, apparently. Made her miscategorize some findings, going on about his dead girlfriend. It's amazing what you hear at the coffee machine. Well, I suppose that's a bonus. We're allowed to use their coffee machine while they're there. Because you have to hope, don't you, Doctor? It's only the power of hindsight that made me realize how toxic it all was. And after a point, you go too far to be able to come back anyway.
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died. I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick. I don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children, but she seemed different, special. I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I, Doctor?
Yes, you could talk with the girl.
It felt nice. I felt like I was being nice. I felt human. So I can find her and talk to her again, Doctor. David had been hunting again, and, well, she's seen some of the skins he hung around the lake house. David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing. Animal skins. David hunts, then skins. It's horrible, really. He's not really good at either job, so the skins still have great lumps of bloody carcass hanging off them.
Ugh.
I'm sure he'll get better with practice.
Great mental imagery.
They died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise, I would have died too. The day Dr. Dekker was killed, I had a session with him in the morning at my usual time, 11 o'clock. That was the last time I saw him. Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse. I'll be taking it to the grave with me, though. As did he. Then I will. I'll look for her next time I'm there. I don't know. I suppose she just reminded me of me. I spent a lot of time alone as a child. She said she was trying to catch some strange creatures that she's seen in the water. I don't know. Minnows, probably. Everything's strange when you're a child. It was 12 years ago. I was still very young. Too young to be an orphan, anyway. I had to toughen up quickly. Met isn't the right word. David has always been there, in the shadows, on the periphery. I move in very exclusive circles. You tend to see the same faces. I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine.
So then how'd you meet David?
Love? Yes. I suppose I always will. Valentine's Day night, I was at the lake house, watching David, like I always do.
You don't always, though, and you said plenty of times that you don't actually
He
go to
has
the lake
trouble with his
house
mental faculties.
to watch him.
Getting worse. Yes. I watch him and make sure nothing bad happens.
I haven't had a great day, to be honest. Someone accused me of stealing from my patients, which I would never do. Plus, Hilda's getting worse.
Hilda's gonna die.
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died. I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird. They're not valuable, just trinkets, really. Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die. But Alice's son never visited. He didn't care about his mum. Why would he care about some worthless piece of jewellery? It just doesn't feel right to me. What do you think, Doctor? Am I wrong to keep the locket?
Not a clue yet.
Um,
They're all
actually,
kind of
I had a hot date. It wasn't
untrustworthy
anything serious,
at
just
this
some
point.
guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to. It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant. Then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab, and I went home, alone. I think it was about 11 when I left Max. I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to, if you think I need an alibi. Yes, I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it. Hilda's the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late.
Yeah, why do
Help
you
her
need to
finish
see
her
her?
unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way. Hilda wants to see her daughter. She's in Australia, so I'm going to have to use my talent.
You have another
I
talent.
can change my skin,
Oh,
what I look like.
uh-huh.
I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them.
Okay.
It's how I help them move on. That's how I comfort them.
That doesn't sound right.
I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or to deceive anyone. Really? I don't see the harm. Alice wanted me to have it. You and Terry and all the other nurses just don't understand. I can sense it, you know? It's like when You're outside and there's a sudden change in the light or the air feels different and you know it's going to rain. It's like that. I always know when one of my patients is fading, even before the doctors know. Their energy changes. It sounds silly when I put it into words. I sound like my mum. Dr. Dekker seemed fine on Valentine's Day. He seemed to be in a good mood. It didn't seem like anything was bothering him. His name is Max. He's really sweet, but I don't see a future between us. He's not really my type. I've known Max a couple of years, but this is the first time we've been on a date. I don't think he's boyfriend material. Of course, it was Terry that accused me of stealing. One of the other nurses. She's actually trying to make out that I'm some kind of HSK. Healthcare serial killer.
Oh, okay.
You know, like those nurses that kill loads of their patients. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. Anyway, because a few of my patients have died on me, and some of those patients have given me gifts, Terry thinks it means that I've been killing them off.
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts, new doctor, and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker. Dr. Dekker dated his patients. That's not good behavior, is it?
No.
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. I guess that's how he liked them. I haven't been back to the beach since our last session. Kind of missed it. You do something a lot, you're gonna miss it. I suspect I'll go back there soon, but it's helped with the blackouts. I didn't do anything on Valentine's Day. I washed my hair, and then I walked along the beach for the whole night. It's actually true. I saw one of your patients, actually. The nurse. She was on the pier with someone. Pretty much all of the night, too, so I can vouch for her, even though she probably didn't see me. We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
Didn't you say you don't drink? So what did you drink?
Yeah, drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered
Okay.
whiskey.
So you just had water, apparently.
I
Okay.
don't drink. I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. He just didn't seem right. I wanted to find out what was wrong. I know, it's pretty hard to believe, isn't it? I feel pretty ugly. But I think I have a nice smile.
Hydrate with neat whiskey. No, I think we're going to take the Mariana approach of water for today. Thank you.
Lots of people find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful. Makes me feel dull by comparison.
Ulkesh, has Joe or I streamed the Mariana Killer?
I have a recurring dream where I find something
beautiful in the sea. But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Sorry to cut in, Doctor. I've just had a phone call from a solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late. Okay, well, just let me know.
Nothing, of course. The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker? Him, God, the great old one, the elder god, Cthulhu, however you address it. Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job! Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood. God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve. What was once chaotic becomes more ordered. Without chaos, he has less power. When there's too much order, he becomes impotent. So he needs to instill chaos again. And do you know how he does this? No, and yes, but you're being too granular. He needs chaos so he can return, and the only thing stopping him is you. Not just you. You and people like you. Psychiatrists, doctors, nurses. Anyone who is caring for people who are losing their sanity. You have no comprehension how important your job is, do you? He doesn't need your version of insanity to spread. He needs chaos. It's not the same. It's just a means to an end. They're not all cultists, unfortunately. Once you see the truth, it's hard not to spread chaos yourself, to cause further insanity and harm your own. I doubt it. But can I make you question your reality? Definitely. But in doing so, I would be promoting more chaos. On the basis the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time. As by definition, chaos is unpredictable from one moment to the next. Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world, no matter how much chaos that would cause. In 10 seconds' time, there will be no gravity in this room, and we will float. 3, 2, 1. You think nothing happened. But where's your glass, Doctor?
Wouldn't you like to know? Is our session up now? People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other. I'm not seeing anyone at the moment. Are you offering, Doctor? Some girls say that they're washing their hair when they don't want to go out, but I was genuinely washing my hair. Do you think my hair is pretty, Doctor? I've danced around in my living room, but no clubs since last time. I like dancing around in my underwear. Sometimes less. I'm insecure, Doctor. Isn't it obvious? Such a mess. But thank you.
It sounded like an offer to me, Doctor.
What? That can't be possible. Is that true? Why don't I know about it then? When was this then? Is she alive? Her useless husband is? Don't know much about him, other than the fact that he looks at me like I'm 6 foot under every time we meet. He doesn't seem too bothered she's gone missing either. He did at first, when the police were crawling around. But now they've gone, that's stopped. If I hadn't seen that thing eat her, I'd... No. He's a Weasley little man who spends far too much time in his garden. It's probably like the National Trust back there. The constant digging and building, pruning and sawing. What a thing to say! Why would you say that? I kept watching the front door after that saleswoman had left and nothing. She didn't leave, and you can't get out the back since the council sold the garage block. Ron's a gardener, not a killer. Unless... Agnes said Ron was laying the foundations for a new greenhouse. You
Dun dun dun! We've broken the case wide open.
I need to call the police. I need to call them now. But they won't listen to me. I tried to tell them about the monster, but they didn't believe me. They won't believe me about this, I promise you. Please, could you call them, Doctor?
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him? Hey you! Thanks for helping me with this grief thing. I'm not sure I have it, though. Oh, I don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him. It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think. We'd work late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order. Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters.
Wrong case? Oh, okay. Well, you know.
Yes, letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. You know, I find those referral letters... He was sure there was a pattern in them. On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange. Mariana is a special girl. You know, there's something about her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like. I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. You know, sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. You know, he's not the first person that's done that, but still, you know, it feels worse coming from him.
Okay.
Claire seems to be shaken by something. You know, I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
I don't think so. If I came in, I would probably be like, let's go. I don't know.
Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here. Oh, I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. You know, he barely talks to me, though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom. Tom was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby. Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute.
Oh, God.
Can you guess what happened?
He died.
He did die. He was
Okay.
hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye. I wish I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. You know, here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it? Dr. Dekker resigned shortly before his murder. No, it's sad, but doctors come and go and only poor Jaya remains. I've got his resignation letter somewhere. You know, I do all the hiring and firing around here. Well, Professor Alderby and the Trust technically do that. Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that?
No. Okay. We should probably just get a solicitor.
I think we should get a solicitor. I know the perfect firm. I'll do it all. Don't worry about it. And that's why we've got insurance for these kinds of things anyway. But the cheek of it. She was cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25. Most of the patients are suspects, according to the police. Almost all the patients are referred, and some of them are privates, but Dr. Dekker didn't introduce any of them. So you watched the tapes? Ah, gold star for you. It smashed.
Thank you, Doctor. Now give me a pen and I'll write down the details for you. Don't you want to know why Dr. Dekker called me the leech lady? He said that I leech thoughts from people. suck 'em right out of their heads. And I can put thoughts in there too. I'm not that clever though, am I, Doctor? I mean, it's not as if I was having an affair with Ron and Agnes was in the way and needed to disappear. So I made this story up. I mean, what do you think I do for a living anyway? Doctor, you're so good. We're going to get on just fine.
Okay, let's start asking our own questions.
She's dead. Thanks for bringing that up. She stopped breathing. I don't know. I was 6. Something to do with her lungs. Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes. Hello again, Doctor. Hello again, Doctor. I've kept almost all of her.
Missing something in this one.
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes. I've kept almost all. I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes. I decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor? Hannah was forever giving to charity. Her things, her time, our money. I actually suggested a charity that Dr. Dekker mentioned called Mind Stretch Outreach. Hannah never met Dr. Dekker. She did donate to his charity once, though.
That's a weird name for a charity.
Mindstretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Which, in this case, is Dr. Dekker. Mindstretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Which, in this case, is Dr. Dekker. Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back.
That really didn't answer that question. Let's see.
It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation. That's not really something I know about. It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
Why were you not in the mood for conversation? Try that angle. Maybe that'll help.
I meant I wasn't in the mood to talk to Dr. Dekker. Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes.
We can always try questions with somebody else.
I've kept...
Yeah, we'll move on. Let's try Mariana for a little bit.
I've danced around in my living room, but no clubs since last time. I like dancing around in my underwear. Sometimes less. Doctor, I don't think our relationship has got to that point yet.
Huh. Thanks. That's great.
People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other.
What was your relationship with Dekker then specifically? Maybe that gets us somewhere?
We only went out for drinks that one time. People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other.
Okay. What did you have in common with Dekker then?
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know?
That's not an answer. It's what I was thinking.
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts. New doctor and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker.
No beach at all?
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session. Kind of missed it.
Then what about your bracelets?
I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. For a lot of our sessions, he would be pretty impartial. A passive listener. But towards the end, he liked interfering. Like, he wanted to push me over the edge. I just felt like I had some kind of special power. And part of me wanted to use it. And he urged me to do that. I don't want to say any more about it, not now.
Well, clearly we're going to try it.
I'm a shape-shifting vampire werewolf. I said I didn't want to talk about it. What is it you're thinking about when you're not listening to me? For a lot of our sessions, he would be pretty impartial. A passive listener. But towards the end, he liked interfering. Like, he wanted to push me over the edge. I'm not sure how this therapy thing works, but if you're talking to a guy who wants to jump off a cliff, don't tell him to jump. It's just an example. I'm not a guy. I don't want to jump off a cliff.
Worth a shot.
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. I guess that's how he liked them. Clueless.
Did I spell that wrong?
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. I guess that's how he liked them. It's Scarlet with 2 T's. Pretentious. I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts. New doctor and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker. I haven't been.
Let's move on to Elin for a little bit.
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died. Alice was one of my favourites. She never held back, spoke her mind about everything. But she had a wicked sense of humour.
I hope everybody's enjoying this one. This is a good game. And thank you, Joe, for requesting
That's
this
not
one.
really important. Ask me something else. This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died. Dr. Dekker seemed fine on Valentine's Day. He seemed to be in a good mood. It didn't seem like anything was bothering him. We talked about families, I think. Our mums.
Committed.
I
500
spent
questions
far too much time
asked.
talking
Wow.
to Dr. Dekker about my mum. My mum's a nightmare. I said she was into all this new age stuff, right? So she thinks she can tell me what I should be doing all the time because she got a message from her spirit guide that said I'm not eating well, or I'm not getting enough sleep, or I'm not looking after my inner moonbeam, or whatever. It drives me nuts. But she's my mum. I love her, so I have to take it. We talked about families, I think. Our mums. I probably spent far too much time. Yes, I had a session.
Sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. Oy.
Sounds like Dekker and his mum had a few issues. That's what I liked about Dr. Dekker. It wasn't just him asking me questions and analysing me. He talked about himself as well. Sounds like Dekker and his mum. I'm not sure I should talk about that. Aren't I breaking some reverse patient-therapist confidentiality? Sounds like Dekker and his mum had a few issues. That's what I liked about Dr. Dekker. It wasn't just him asking me questions and analysing me. He talked about himself as well. Yes, I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it.
Yeah.
Really? I don't see the harm. Alice wanted me to have it. You and Terry and all the other nurses just don't understand.
Part-timer. 4 hours, wow.
Alice was one of my favourites. I don't really have anything. I can change my... I've shifted a few times now. I honestly couldn't tell you how many.
Sorry, that's just a freaky thing to say that you have the ability to do.
I can change my skin. What I look like. I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them. It's how I help.
I don't know. I don't think that's fair.
No, it doesn't hurt at all. I don't think it's a physical thing. I don't think my body actually changes. I think it's more like an illusion. Like my energy changes or something.
Yeah, that sounds like that new age stuff that you were mocking your mother for. Yeah, like, I don't think that, like, if the goal was, like, for me to unlock the achievement on stream, like, you know, if that's the request, and then I just don't, you know, I leave the game idle for 8 hours and that's the one, I think that's kind of unfair.
No, it doesn't hurt at all. I don't think it's a physical thing. I don't think my body actually changes. I think it's more... It just sort of fades when I let go of their hand. Obviously, I can't see myself, but I feel it leave me. If you get what I mean.
Okay, Dan, I mean, I love all of you people. You're my friends. But who would actually want to see that as a stream? Because, like, realize that an overnight stream, this is my bed. I sleep here. Nobody needs to see that. Who would actually legit watch me sleep?
It just sort of fades when I let go of their hand. Obviously, I can't see myself, but I feel it leave me. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, but I don't sleep for Extra Life.
I feel like you're asking me questions about something I don't know anything.
Just like this.
I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine. Do you think I killed my parents?
That's a weird answer to that question.
Do you think I killed my parents? Do you think I killed my parents? I see what you're trying to do, but I really... It was 12 years ago. I was still very young. Too young to be an orphan anyway. I had to toughen up quickly. It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse. I'll be taking it to the grave with me, though. As did he. Dr. Dekker was more animated that day. Excited, even. He talked a lot. Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't. Dr. Dekker was more animated that day. Excited. Instead of his usual sarcasm and rebuttals, he seemed genuinely excited. Presumably he had a date. They died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise, I would have died too. Do you think I killed...
I mean, we can keep going for a while today. I've got plenty of time right now, so I can get close to the 8 hours and the 1,000 questions and whatnot, so.
I'm not sure. It was a faulty boiler, I think. It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died. I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick. David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was...
Let's try Bryce for a little bit.
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen?
How did you figure out everyone was frozen?
Nope.
Now,
He told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it. I took photos of Jessica when she was naked, when I'd stripped her, when she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor? I took... Yes, I would steal... I don't know. Yes, I would steal too. And I have stolen. I ran out of milk, so I thought I'd go to the local all-night shop and get some more. I was absolutely intending to pay, but when I got there, everyone was frozen. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but that seemed weird. The cashier would wake and suddenly this money would have appeared from nowhere. But I've stolen bigger things.
okay.
From stealing milk, I moved on to petrol. From petrol, well, all those supermarkets have all kinds of electricals, so I've stolen quite a lot of that. I'm not proud. I think I've been doing it because I can, to prove to myself either way, my extra hour is actually real. No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine. I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else. I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture. Sorry, Doctor, I dozed off there.
Okay, so there's nothing with Jasmine. Jasmine was fine. Lacey's fine? Really? Okay. Jaya is not, though. What do we have on Jaya's?
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that? I think I'm going to get into trouble now. Have you ever heard of secret shoppers? Well, Professor Alderby posed as a patient to test Dr. Dekker. It's just a thing that he does. I'm sure he'll come and visit you at some stage, so please play along.
Okay. Let's get rid of one.
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think. I'm not trying to hide anything.
I will say on the whole topic of, you know, streaming with while asleep, some people actually do that. There have been streams of that. People who do like those really, really long marathon streams have actually done such things. Yeah, no problem.
I think I'm going to get into trouble now. This practice is owned by a trust. They make all the money and leave me to make all the decisions, which generally means making lots of money. I headhunted Dr. Dekker. And you? I've recruited the last 5 doctors since I've been here. Now, I've got a flair for recognizing the extraordinary. Both you and Dr. Dekker were extraordinary.
Hasn't she been only here for like a year?
I've recruited the last. Sorry, Doctor, I don't know. It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to
never
be.
mind.
His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. Most of the patients are suspects according to the...
Do I need to get all the little details each day? What do you mean?
Mindstretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Can't help you. Sorry. Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I don't know. I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes. I decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season? Should I know something about that? Sorry.
I mean, how many of these points do I have to get is the thing, I guess. Because it's what? You get these insanity points that you get? 250 insanity points. 300 insanity points. 400 insanity points reached. Hmm.
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me. Dr. Dekker felt that.
One step ahead of you, boss. Elin was picked up from the pier just after 11 p.m. There is no way she could have got from there to here in an hour.
This? Well, sorry, no.
They could ask it just like that. Mhm. Although I feel like I asked this question. Maybe that leads me somewhere.
I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird. They're not valuable, just trinkets, really. Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die. But Alice's son never visited. I don't know.
So that's the thing. Like, if I just went for the realistically, if I look at the ranges, so if I didn't play to try to get everything, which oddly enough, we've gotten 8 achievements in the game since the last time we had played it, which pretty darn good, realistically. But if I just go for what could be in the range, like it's hours, questions are probably the most realistic, and then the hintless wonder, which is going to be like, I'm going to have to do another playthrough since I've already used hints.
Do you think I killed my parents? Sorry, I don't know anything about.
Yes, that does sound weird, doesn't it? I take the temazepam as an antidepressant when I feel I need a little chemical help. I don't want to sleep through my extra hour, so obviously I don't take it at night. I don't. I have no idea. When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground? He told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it. I did think, what good could I do other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture.
Another would imply there was a first picture. Very voyeuristic.
I took a picture after undressing her. I put her clothes back on before time resumed. To be honest, there wasn't much to take off and put on.
Jeez.
Do you know what kind of girls walk around at midnight, Doctor?
Bryce, dude. Oh boy.
Not something I know about.
Okay, let's just use a more pointed word.
I don't have anything to say to that. He was easily distracted during sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give you advice, no, sorry.
Maybe I have to specifically go with wasn't, since you used that word combo.
Therapists are supposed
Yeah,
to
apparently
help
the
you.
words are very
For
specific.
whatever reason, Dr. Dekker had given up the desire to cure my mind, and instead wanted to make me more unstable. I took photos of Jessica when she was naked, when I'd stripped her, when she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
Do you think I killed my parents? I don't have an answer for you. Why? Because I stabbed my husband? That doesn't mean I killed my parents. I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine.
Yo, Alu, thanks for the hosts. Hope you're having a good day.
I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine.
No worries.
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died. They died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house, otherwise I would have died too. I don't remember my friend's name. She was a girl from my school. Vicky, Charlotte. It's not really important. David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing. I'm sure I had a spare key for the lake house, but I can't find it anywhere. I don't really need one if David is around.
If only I had the space, right? Always the hard part. Swords are cheating now? Damn.
It was 12 years ago. I was still very young. Too young to be an orphan anyway. I had to toughen up quickly. I was a young woman in possession of an enormous fortune. Lots of people, lots of men, saw that as an opportunity.
Wait, is that actually? Yeah. There's still another question on top of that, so I would guess the fortune. Just the way she talks about it.
Yes, money. Everybody wants it, but what use is it really? Look at me. Am I happy? Am I loved? Am I living? I was a young woman in possession of an enormous fortune. Lots of people, lots of men, saw that as an opportunity. Some tried to seduce me. Some thought I wanted a new daddy. Most of them were the same age as my parents. And yet I'm the one here talking to you.
I mean, we're getting a new Pokemon game later this year, Alu, so it's not like there's going to be another, you know?
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died.
Yep. I think it's supposed to be later this year. Thing is, that's not the game I really care about right now.
I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful. I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine.
It looks like it's supposed to like merge some of the stuff with like the Arceus one. I don't know. Or that's what people were supposing, that it could take some
I've
of that.
known David forever. It seems like he's always been in my life, one way or another. It was a family friend. It's different now, of course, to when I first met him. I felt like he was protecting me then, watching over me. Nothing could hurt me when he was there.
Mindstretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Which, in this case, is Dr. Dekker.
This game?
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes.
So, you are a doctor. You are not Dr. Dekker. Dr. Dekker's dead. He was murdered. And the patients are the suspects. So the goal is that not only are we treating his new patients, but we're supposed to try to figure out who might have murdered him. And while I know there are like different scenes later, a lot of the early stuff is the same across the playthroughs. So it's really a question of being able to kind of work through it towards the end. And figure out who's who or who did it or didn't do it.
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes. I think fire is very primal in terms of energy. Maybe if I burn something, my days will keep rolling. Although I'm not sure you're supposed to encourage arson in these sessions, Doctor. I like winter. Being snowed in with Hannah. Just the two of us.
Yeah, they're a cool dev slash publisher. The publisher is called Wales Interactive. They do a lot of these FMV games. So there's actually quite a few that they've done. And like they do a lot of this, kind of stuff. I don't know if this is the best one they've done. And they've had a different style for many of them. The first one I ever played by them was pretty much an interactive movie called Late Shift. And that was like full-on movie with just like binary choices at different spots. So like that one was cool. But they've done a few like these. Actually, in terms of the movies, there's a couple that they've done. I think The Complex was one. That was pretty much a just straight up like movie. I want to say Joe streamed, I think Bloodshore, which Joe streamed was pretty much that. I don't know all the ones that they do that. But they've done a bunch that have a very much a like take choices at different spots, and it's like a choose your own adventure book, but in movie form. But then this is just one of the developers as part of Wales, or that puts a lot of their stuff through Wales Interactive, called Biweekly. So
Mindstretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Which, in this case, is Dr. Dekker. I think Dr. Dekker set up Mindstretch Outreach so that he could influence the minds of children at an early age, getting them to believe they could be anything they wanted to be. Since his death, it's been disbanded. No more minions of Dr. Dekker. It just felt like he was growing this child army of intelligentsia.
The developer in particular? So, in terms of Xbox, which is what I usually focus, Biweekly has 3 games on Xbox. They have this one, Infectious Madness of Dr. Dekker, but then they also did The Shapeshifting Detective and Dark Knights with Poe and Monroe. In terms of Wales Interactive, they've done a lot more. So like in terms of, actually, if I look at specifically games developed by Wales Interactive, not just published, The Bunker, The Complex, Who Pressed Mute on Uncle Marcus, Bloodshore, Nightbook. I don't know all the others. I know of at least one that was supposed to come out that I don't know if it's going to. Because I had remembered hearing about this other one, and it's listed on TA, but not exactly the most appropriate one, so I don't know if they put the kibosh on that one. But honestly, at this point, they're kind of the modern group behind like FMV gaming, because FMVs are just not as popular as of a genre. Like, can't say you see a lot of them, and it's really coming back into its own. Gamer Girl? Like, I swear I remember hearing something about that game and then it not getting released. Like, I feel like years ago, I remember hearing about that game, and it just, like, I remember it was not exactly going to be the way they presented the game was very inappropriate. But I don't remember a lot about it. Yeah, like, the video for it looked bad. That's a way to put it. It played off of really bad tropes, looked very inappropriate, like, it had some issues. So I don't know what happened to it now. Like, is it vaporware at this point, I guess? Like, the game looked done. They had put out the trailers and stuff. And, like, I remember seeing stuff about it because I feel like we saw articles about it in various forums. So, and then it just never came out. So, I don't remember all the stuff that was said afterwards about it. But, like, they do quite a few of the FMV things. So, like, if you enjoy this genre of stuff, like, I think it's nice to see it still.
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts, new doctor, and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker. A hope for a cure, of course. I want to stop having blackouts. I want to be able to remember. I want you to fix me.
So it is just vaporware then at this point. Because realistically, it looked like it was done. I remember that when that trailer came out.
People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other.
Sorry, say that again?
But, you know, the people are going to be like, oh, that was their art and it got canceled. Sorry.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be. People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other.
Is that the only one? Okay, maybe that.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be. Yeah, drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered neat whiskey. I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. He just didn't seem right. I wanted to find out what was wrong. Dr. Dekker did date his patients. Not me, I'd never agree. A drink is not a date. We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
Breach, maybe?
You know, like a breach of ethics or something. Girl doesn't ask for details.
Wait, I don't see any other things to follow up on. Unless I'm missing the asterisk. Hmm.
Sounds like Dekker and his mum had a few issues. That's what I liked about Dr. Dekker. It wasn't just him asking me questions and analysing me. He talked about himself as well. It just sort of fades when I let go of their hand. Obviously, I can't see myself, but I feel it leave me. If you get what I mean. It only lasts for as long as I'm holding the hand. I think it needs that connection.
Sure, that's all it is.
Sounds like Dekker and his mum had a few issues. That's what I liked about Dr. Dekker. It wasn't just him asking me questions and analysing me. He talked about himself as well.
Dekker.
Mainly he talked about being a therapist. He said he had a few patients like me, you know, with special gifts. He said not all of them were as enlightened as me.
That smirk is just so frightening.
Well, you know, I know what I can do is special. I see it as a good thing. But apparently, some of his other patients saw their abilities as a curse. Dr. Dekker hated that. He said he wished they could all be more like me. Really? I don't see the harm. Alice wanted me to have it. You and Terry and all the other nurses just don't understand.
By the way, tomorrow, I've got a couple of mentor things
It
going
was
on.
the one thing she held on to right until the end. Her most treasured possession.
Wow.
She said she wanted me to have it. You don't argue with a dying person's last wishes. To help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think I have any loose ends. I don't know what that says about me. To help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way. Dr. Dekker almost certainly had unfinished business. He didn't know he was going to die. But it's too late now. That's why I have to help Hilda while I can.
You use that phrase a lot.
Hilda wants to see her daughter. She's in Australia.
Are those loose ends, Dan?
Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to. I think we've got a bit off track. Maybe.
Okay, let me use the rest of the phrase. Guess I'm always gonna have loose ends then.
It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant. Then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab and I went home, alone. think it was about 11 when I left Max. I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to, if you think I need an alibi. No, I didn't go on a date with Dr. Dekker. He's my therapist. I would just be wrong. I can change my skin. What I look like. I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them. It's how I help them move on. That's how I comfort them. I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any... I don't know how it works. I just know that it does. I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or...
Okay, no worries, Alan. I'll probably be going for at least a little while longer. I'm not sure how long, but we'll see.
I don't think I'm deceiving my patients when I shift. I'm helping them. Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to.
Just some guy.
His name is Max. He's really... I've known Max...
Arg. Yo, Lady McGreed. Thank you for the raid. How is it going? Hello, everybody. What were we playing? The Wanderer, Frankenstein's Creature. Ooh. When did this one come out?
I didn't lie. I'm really not interested in dating anyone. I just went out with Max as a favour, for a friend. Like I said, it wasn't anything serious.
Yeah, let me agree. We've got this on our random to-do list, and Joe requested it. Wanderer came out in March. And hello, Linda Luhu. So yeah, this is on random to-do lists. Joe requested it, so we're trying to plug away at this one. Dan requested Dead Rising 4 or Dark Dreams Don't Die. So, The Wanderer. Frankenstein's Creature. It is an adventure point-and-click game. It's $15. It came out in March. 5 to 6 hour completion. I did not know. Yeah, Lady McGreed, I've passed you on this one. Crazy.
Really? I don't see the harm. Alice wanted me to have it. You and Terry and all the other nurses just don't understand.
Oh, did you? Okay.
No.
Whatever, I'll use a hint. Sure, okay. I've already used hints, so I'm using another isn't... Doesn't really make a difference at this point.
The bond I have with my patients is not the same for the other nurses. They don't have my special talent.
She's at yellow as well, like... Clearly I'm missing, like, a thing.
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died. Yes, I loved my parents very much. They were very good parents. It was hard letting them go. I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick.
Gotta re-listen to it, see if there was anything.
I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick.
Part of me just wants to move on. Like, I'm getting annoyed.
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fair?
That's a question. Okay. That, or I just start using some hints.
When you work in a graveyard, you see a lot of strange things. I'm not sure if they're real, or whether I think they're real, or which is worse.
I don't know, I just don't ever have the time, it feels like, to play a ton of the games.
You're laughing at me, aren't you? I said I wasn't sure if they were real.
I wasn't laughing at you, I'm just asking. Use the phrase.
Thinking I had an extra hour at the end of each day did become real for me, Doctor. Maybe Dekker was a genie, and he could grant wishes. Maybe he wished himself dead. I don't know.
Hey, Ima. That's okay.
I've recruited the last 5 doctors since I've been here. Now, I've got a flair for recognising the extraordinary. Both you and Dr. Dekker were extraordinary.
Hoping to work towards this RTDL, but
Both
it's
Cambridge
slow.
graduates, both top of the class, both pliable, obedient slaves to my every whim. Yeah, that last one's more of a hope than a must-have attribute.
How are you doing today, Amma? And how is everybody else? What is going on?
I think I'm going to get into trouble now. Have you ever heard of secret shoppers? Well, Professor Alderby posed as a patient to test Dr. Dekker. It's just a thing that he does. I'm sure he'll come and visit you at some stage, so please play along. Test is the wrong word. More like gently guide. Professor Alderby had a lot of good advice to offer the young psychiatrists. He really helps them focus on where the problems are.
Lady McGree, we're not missing anything. We get to be on the East Coast. East Coast is best, you know? East, Beast, I don't know. Plenty of fun over on this side. Who cares? We don't need the crowds.
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think. It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet...
You got a $10 gift card?
We'd work late together and... Mainly he was searching for a... Yes, letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. You know, I find those referral letters... He was sure there was a pattern in them. This practice is owned by a trust. They make all the money and leave me to make all the decisions, which generally means making lots of money.
Yo, Carnage.
Nobody likes chaos, Doctor. We're supposed to be restoring order, don't you think?
Let's see, what did I miss? Let's see. My Microsoft account. I didn't get a message, so if I did, it could have been a shadow drop. Yeah, I don't see anything. but I don't usually get, I feel like, so wouldn't shock me.
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solid. I don't know anything. It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. I've got no idea what... It's very interesting that you asked me that. It's not something I can answer, though.
Chat's flying.
Oh, don't be such a... It's just between us two.
The Capcom Arcade Stadium. Yep.
Yeah, you've a button undone. It's a bit chilly in here. The leather's not warm either.
Yeah, I didn't really do the Bomberman thing, so that's going to be kind of problematic.
She lives on the other side of the lake. She must be new. I haven't seen her there before.
That's Claire. You're an expert sniper? I mean... I have like 1 or 2 achievements in it, Carnage. I am like way far off. Let's see. Super Bomberman R Online. I got 2 achievements. So I got like the whole rest of the thing. Oh, do they? uh, Maybe I should go after it before it closes down. All that ratio too. Juicy ratio.
I can't delete them. I don't know why. I haven't shown them to anyone else. Do you want to see them, Doctor? Sorry, Doctor, I dozed off there.
Heavy metal machines. Don't know that one.
I live on my own. Occasionally I visit my father. He's in sheltered housing. Dementia.
Too many games to keep up with. I mean, this one's an old one.
Thinking I had an extra... I'm a bit of a professional at this grave-filling business, Doctor. I know a decoy coffin when I handle one. No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine. I was home alone. I only live 5-minute cycle ride from here, so I could have been and gone several times. But I didn't. I've never been to this office outside my scheduled appointment time. Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly a patient that died here. I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything. It's obviously not real.
I really haven't. Joe has. I've only been so far. Like, probably more dived than anything.
I don't know. Moving things around and hiding things was amusing at first, when everyone was frozen. Some people would faint when things appeared from midair. Others would cry. Others just thought that it was there all the time and that their mind was playing tricks on them. It got boring fast, though. When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground? Yes, I suppose I have no idea what you want me to say. I don't think you would, Doctor. I don't think I would either. I don't have anything to say to that. I don't really... No, of course you don't. It's just me. I'm the sick one.
Elin still... I can't get hints for what Elin would have? What?
You seem happy. You have a very positive energy.
Okay, just Jaya.
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that? Everyone has to believe in something, don't they, Doctor?
Hey, is everybody green? We did it. It only took like 3 hours, but we got everybody to green for day 2. Oh my god. Yes.
David Hunt,
I can change my skin.
then skins.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients.
I had a hot date
We went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did
on
phone
Valentine's Day.
and ask me for Nathan's number.
There was a girl there.
Am I wrong to keep the locket?
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I?
He was preoccupied with finding
Photographs,
patterns.
rocking chair.
I haven't been back to the beach since
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
where I find something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden.
I dug the grave.
I wish I'd said goodbye.
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police force? Nah, it's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details and another report that's about a patient you're seeing today, Claire. I'll put them both on the desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping, you know, I'm so glad you're here.
Act 3, Spiked. So we've got Nathan, Mariana, Elin, Claire, Bryce, Jaya, and Professor Warwick. Carnage, in terms of the dive, I don't know. I saw Zeus mention it as well. Like, I know she's prepping for it, and I've been considering it. I'm recovered from 2 years ago. Sadly, like, the way I described it was like 2 years ago, I dived, and I got most of the way recovered on it. And then last year just didn't pronounced Warwick. So I had done most of the recovery, and then like everything that happened last year, I didn't get to finish the bean dive recovery in time for July. So I said I wasn't going to dive last year. But since then I pushed through and I'm well above where I was. So like if I look at it, Warwick. Okay. Yeah, let me see. So I started at 35 and a quarter 2 years ago, dropped to 31.91, and now I'm up to 37.78. So I'm 2.5% higher than I was 2 years ago, which is pretty good. Like I'm making slow progress on getting it higher. I have plenty of games that I could dive That's not a problem. But I will say it's been nice to kind of progress at my own pace and feel like I'm actually making progress. So I don't know what I want to do yet, to be honest. Tough to say. I think if I went for it, I could recover to 40. Like, I keep on saying I'd love to reach 40%. So, start with Professor Warwick. Let's look at the other stuff. Claire's arrest report. Statement of Christian Weber, police officer 67691. To the best of my knowledge, this statement is true. I understand I may be prosecuted if I have stated anything that I know to be untrue. 2040 hours on Tuesday, the 8th November, myself and PC Holt responded to a call received from a neighbor of the Bauer House, Weston Park Avenue, concerning a report disturbance. We arrested at the address and knocked on the front door. There was no reply. When we then examined the rear of the property and gained entry, any response? Floor covered in blood. It's her head. She did. Is Claire Castleford. I asked if she knew the dead man, and she said he was not her. She said he was her husband, David Castleford. I asked what had happened, and she said that she had killed him. Okay. See on the chair, soaked in blood with obvious chest wound. Paper spike. Nice. Between 8:30 and 10:30. Body discovered at 10:20. Exsanguination due to punctuation of left anterior descending coronary artery. Welcome back, Alu.
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker? Is he really? Actually dead? Not a worthy adversary after all, then? Dr. Dekker challenged me. He tried to use my theories against me. Quantum theories. Do you really want to know? Dekker's eyes used to glaze over whenever we talked about that. He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment. Have you heard of quantum suicide, Doctor? Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds theory. You're looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't. Alternate universes. Essentially, if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive. Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off a supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something different. Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at the roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability, but then I changed a parameter. Why not gambling? My wife Vanessa left me for a neurosurgeon. She emptied our entire combined wealth into her barrister's wallet. I needed more money. Physics provided me with a solution. Quantum suicide required a loss of life to make it a realistic thought experiment. So I simply upped the stakes. Every time I bet on odd, I would place everything I had on that one spin of the wheel, and it worked. Well, for a while. Dr. Dekker killed it, and I can't get it back. Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox. Honestly? Well, I think he feared quantum physics. He didn't like things being explained in terms of science, almost as if he'd have preferred chaos. Well, imagine a judge sentences you to death. Now, it will be Monday or Tuesday next week, but it will be a surprise. Well, which day do you think you'll be executed? Well, Monday does seem likely, yes. Because if you're still alive on Monday at midnight, then Tuesday won't be a surprise. But if you're sure that it's Monday, then that won't be a surprise either, will it? Dekker tricked me. He told me that sometime in the future I would lose a bet, that I would lose all of my money. Now, this didn't seem likely because I had quantum gambling on my side and it was working. But he unnerved me. He made me doubt myself. And then it happened. Recently, I lost everything that I'd managed to build up since Vanessa left me. We were married for 14 years, 7 months, and 3 days. Vanessa couldn't have children, at least that's what she told me. She grounded me in reality. I'm not complaining. It's probably what I needed. But part of me always thought that one day I'd achieve immortality through science and we'd be... It wasn't to be, though. Well, yes, it bothered me, especially now that I find out that she's pregnant. Oh, no, it wasn't a rocket scientist that was required, but a brain surgeon, it seems. I have considered putting that neurosurgeon onto his darkest timeline. But I'm not a killer, it would seem. I was at a fundraiser for a charity called Mindstretch Outreach. Don't know how I got roped into that, I can't remember. But it was full of very clever children with bizarre outlooks on life. And Jaya. It was Jaya who asked me to go. It's full of poor kids with very capable minds. I did give them a talk on quantum tunneling once, and they loved it. Not sure it'll put dinner on the table for any of them, though. Oh, you're going to have to Google that, Doctor, I'm afraid. I'm not a walking Wikipedia. I'd love to tell you, but I am paying you by the hour. Maybe look up Schrodinger's cat whilst you're there. Oh, she's Dr. Dekker's lovely assistant. I imagine she's your lovely assistant now. Yeah, she always smiles and makes me a cup of tea before a session. That smile. Which reminds me, my session. Can we talk about my problem now? I'm not a gambler, Doctor. I'm a scientist. I need more money.
You're a gambler.
It's true, I've run out of money for my research. An opportunity has arisen. Quantum gambling. It's a pet project. It's got nothing to do with work. But if I don't have significant amounts of money to lose, then there won't be enough jeopardy for the experiment to work.
Such a terrible idea of how that works.
A very wealthy group of individuals.
That looks like a game code. I don't know what for.
Very large sum of money.
Hurry. For Xbox,
if
probably.
I attend their next private soiree. They don't want to talk or anything like that. They want a practical demonstration. Well, the Ministry of Defense, of course. Guns aren't going to win the next war. Quantum physics is. They'll pay me £1 million if I can successfully survive 6 rounds of Russian roulette. Now, I am worried because of what Dr. Dekker said, but, well, I can't help but thinking that the stakes are so high I can't possibly lose. What do you think, Doctor? Should I take them up on their offer?
No, don't take the offer.
No, I suppose you're right. In a darker timeline, you probably said yes, and I'm dead now. I earn good money where I work. How do I stop losing it? I take your point. But I suppose to decide whether to continue gambling or to stop gambling is a gamble within itself, isn't it? Well, my time is up. Will we be having another session or... No, don't answer that. It'll turn you into a gambler like me. Infectious. Isn't it?
Okay, who do we want to talk to? We've got our normal 6. We got Nathan, Mariana, Elin, Claire, Bryce, or Jaya. Who do we want to talk to? Of course, I am not surprised by the Mariana pick from some people. People love Mariana. She's a favorite. I can't imagine why. Anybody want to explain why we love Mariana so much? No? No? No. We'll start with Mariana.
Dr. Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money. I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine though, don't worry. I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
No.
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget. Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. The lights are dim. You can slink around without attracting too much attention. Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me.
Practitioner.
Wherever I go.
500 responses revealed.
It's creepy. I don't want everyone seeing that. They follow me wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor? It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave. Other places, they just disappear. I don't see them again. They don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice.
I mean, I'd say that's just, part of life. Think of how many people you've only seen once and will only ever see once.
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light. Deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it because it's warm and glowing like a beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up. It's so beautiful. It calls me. It's like I'm in a trance. What does the dream mean, Doctor? Yes, I suppose I follow that glow like people follow me. I still don't know what it means, though. I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day. Rent day is the day I pay rent to my landlady. I've had no blackouts, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach? Doctor, I think you're getting a little anxious. If you ever wanted to visit the beach, you can just turn up. It's not mine. It's just good manners to accept when someone offers to buy you a drink. I'm a very good-natured girl. Don't you think I'm sweet, Doctor? Yes, they follow me home. They're silent. It's like a trance. There was one guy, a real gym body. I let him into the bedroom, but nothing. Nothing I did would stop him just staring at me. It was creepy. I got him to follow me outside, and then I just shut the door. Are we still talking about him? And I thought you were just interested in me, Doctor. Dr. Dekker suggested home visits. I think he was probably checking up on his investment. You're not thinking of doing home visits, are you, Doctor? That's good. I'm not sure I can afford any more of your time. I think you're falling for me, Doctor. Don't let that get in the way of helping me.
There, I answered the question. Yes, she's a sweet girl. I'm still curious because, like, I thought she said she doesn't drink. I'm so confused.
Nope.
Okay, Nathan.
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy. I started out with depression. Now I seem to repeat days. Even if you don't believe the repeat days, then I clearly have extra mental health problems that he's given me. I think that he possibly cursed other people, a bit like he cursed me.
Hey, Mr. Cornus.
Sometimes you could see he was bursting to tell me about it, but he couldn't. He was ecstatic with power. Ah, the curse. Well remembered. I was hoping you'd forget. It's going to sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief. And so from this point on, I start to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed him. I didn't want to believe him. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen. He laughed and laughed. I think he was going mad. He said he'd give me a demonstration. He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere.
Oh my god, I could see it too.
And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
Shit, I'm losing it, man.
I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. For whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done. I was scared. I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
Did you all see the flame, or is it just me?
I was scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along, keep coming to the sessions, pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again, but I couldn't talk to him about it, because he'd know. I burned Hannah's rocking chair. The day moved forward. It was a good choice. I'm not sure I've got much left of hers now. I've burnt most of it, or given it away, just to make the days move forward. There was a moment when I was attacking a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in. I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom. I tried to get in to get it back, but I gave up. I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary a while ago. I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me, that she was going to break off the engagement, that she didn't love me anymore. I regretted it. I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so long. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different. I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver. I didn't notice Dr. Dekker had a paper spike. I haven't really seen more than a foot in front of me since Hannah died. Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore? And thanks for the dating advice, by the way. You told me not to look for anyone else until I was ready, so I didn't. I've just been sitting at home, reading Hannah's diary, stewing. I ordered a pizza. A nice girl delivered it. He'd become bored of me, so I got much of my insight from calls or messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore, so I got basic therapist. He told me lots of people get depression, to become more active, see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be. Yeah, I talked to her quite a lot. I'm not sure how many days of that she'd remember. She seemed to care, which is more I can say for Dekker. It took a week of days to get that pizza girl to smile. And you know what did it? A tip, as much as the pizza cost. So money does make you happy. I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I wanted to be as far away from him as possible. I don't know who did.
I mean, killing somebody does put you as far away from somebody as you can be, so.
It's true then. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure. It's weird that whoever did it would choose the paper spike. Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. At this bit, here, between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood being a nurse and all that, but actually, there wasn't any. I was a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. But it wasn't. The spike was real.
Just a little bit of war. Hello.
Dr. Dekker gave me the paper spike to try. It wasn't fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't. I'm fine. Works fine. Hilda's fading fast. Terry. Oh, you'll be pleased to know I don't have the locket anymore. I gave it back. All of it. Every single keepsake. Hilda's nearing the end. She's been sleeping a lot, not eating much. She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday. It was nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me. It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight. She hasn't got much time left. You know the answer to that, Doctor. What have we been talking about? What can I do for Hilda that will make it all better?
I don't know.
That's the plan. I know, it sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now. Think of someone you really love. It might help if you close your eyes. Are you thinking of them? Can you picture them? Okay, hold on. is going to work. On the bright side, that probably means you're not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, you probably didn't drug me to make me delirious and see things. Like, see you as somebody else. Oh, wait, is that too on the nose?
I mean, I'll sound exactly like Hilda's daughter, but I try and keep it vague because I don't become her. I don't know what she would really say. I say things like, it's okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad. But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's like because it's not really them. I always do the Disney version. The best, most loving version. That's what my patients want to hear. And maybe deep down they know it's not the truth, but it's got to be better than the reality.
Forgot how messed up some of this is.
Does it really matter if it isn't the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong?
Oh, I am all of them. Hers is just the easiest to explain.
You told me to. Well, not in so many words, but you said I shouldn't have kept them. And what with Terry going around telling everyone I stole them, I didn't feel like I really had any choice. The lockets, the watch, the ring. But I kept the little bird Sarah Dekker gave me. I wasn't supposed to mention her. Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago. Terry seems to have backed down since I gave the keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
I mean, let's see. For Nathan, the mundanity of his life and the fact that he can't move on probably is exactly the thing. Like, you get away from the idea of, like, repeating days. Like, he is repeating days. He's depressed, and he's caught in a loop of his own mind, in a sense, where, like, every day feels exactly the same to him. Like, it makes sense. And, like, he clearly just took what Dekker said literally. Mariana, I don't know. I feel like she's getting drugged, I feel like, at these clubs. When she wakes up naked on the beach. But I don't think she's mentioned a special power yet, so like I think she's a victim so far of whatever's happening. Can't say more though, like that's just the impression I get from that. Elin, it feels like she's drugging these people and putting them into a state where they are very suggestible to believe that, you know, they're somebody else. Claire, I haven't been able to read yet, like, as to what her thing is. Like, I know why she's there, but to figure out exactly what it is, or, like, not sure yet. Bryce, I don't know. This guy is something else. He is... You're right, Olkesh. I am just such a logical individual. It is so wrong of me to try to apply logic to all these situations. How could I do that? Why would I do such a terrible thing? No, it's not the truth. For all I know, he's taking the sleeping pills, and he just is like, he thinks he has a 25th hour. I don't know. He could be like spying on people and like be a big time creeper. I don't know. Like I said, I can't place him yet with how his power works. Okay. Shifting is wrong.
So you're saying I should let Hilda die without seeing her daughter one last time? Good, because I really feel this is something...
That's not what I mean!
Like it's my calling or something.
Letting someone die alone and doing the shift shit is completely different.
It just makes things complicated, doesn't it? I knew Dr. Dekker's mother before I started seeing Dr. Dekker. She's dead, and now he's dead. I'm sure you're going to have a field day with it. Yeah, that's the reason I came to see him. I knew she was dying, but he refused to talk to me unless I booked a session, so I did. And well, here we are. I told Dr. Dekker that his mum was dying, that he should see her before it's too late. But he wasn't interested. It wasn't like he hated her. It was just like it wasn't important. He asked me to take care of it for him. He did send his assistant along to see her once. Sorry, your assistant. It was about the second, third session we had. He said he could tell that I was a good person, that I wanted to help people, and that I should think really hard about how I could do that. That's how I discovered shifting.
That's how I discovered it. Good.
All Dr. Dekker did was encourage me to think. But the shifting, that's all me. And my mum's a psychic, and my sister's an empath, but I was just ordinary. I always felt like I wasn't special, like I was missing out. But I wasn't. I just hadn't discovered what I could do yet. Sarah Dekker was one of the first ones I tried shifting for. I didn't really know what I was doing that first time. I mean, I didn't actually expect anything to happen. I just thought, what would really help this woman? I thought maybe she would just imagine that he was there. But it actually happened. I changed into him, Dr. Dekker. It blew my mind. My mum's got these spirit guides and they tell her things. Mostly about my love life, it would seem.
See, that's more humorous to me.
To tell you the truth, I don't really know what an empath is. I should probably Google it sometime. As far as I know, it only works on people who are close to death. That's the whole point of it. I have to hold their hand, and they have to think of the person, and they have to be near death. And those seem to be the 3 criteria.
Claire.
It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away. That's what it says. I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral.
Wait, what?
But I know. He's alive.
Oh God. We finally reached... we reached the point.
He's buried at Henley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him. David wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore.
He's only mostly dead.
No, it's a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it. There was so much blood. I instantly regretted it. So I fixed him.
Wait, what?
It was about a week later. I brought David back to life.
Oh, God.
Not with voodoo, not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen, and it did. Dr. Dekker told me it was possible, but only if you're not buried. He says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection.
Oh, God.
Yes, resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead. I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely. Just gave him life in the state he was in. I mean, he's hunting and killing things and trying to roast them on fires he can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal. So I have a problem. I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers, which is why I'm hoping that you'd be able to help me. Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see your way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder, to lessen my sentence. Because I'm not a killer, but I can't prove otherwise.
I don't know if I trust you.
You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor? Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a gravedigger, I believe.
You're right, Alkesh. It does all make sense. We're going to resurrect Dekker.
Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult, unless you pay the right people. A paper spike is an odd thing to use as a weapon. I suppose if it went directly into the heart, it might work. Or through his eye, or perhaps through the ear into his brain. Or was it just a frenzied, bloody mess of a murder? Do you know, Doctor? I've been to the lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside. At worst, it's manslaughter. I didn't mean to kill him. I just stabbed him a bit.
I just stabbed him a
although
bit.
he was dead for a week, I brought him back to life. Does this mean you won't help me? Was I temporarily insane? Thank you, Doctor. That's all I needed to hear. From you or Dr. Dekker. But Dr. Dekker wouldn't do that for me.
Ooh.
He wanted something else. Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my alleged ability. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once, he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl.
The girl.
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house. just for me, and he asked me to reanimate her. It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem. So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real. But he was offering me what I wanted, a temporary insanity diagnosis. It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way. Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like. Would you like to see David, Doctor? Very well. In our next session. I didn't speak to her this time. Something about her made me feel uneasy. I just watched her from the bedroom window. She'd caught a fish. She was holding it in her hands. I wasn't close enough to see, but for all intents and purposes, it looked as if the fish bit her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. How astute, Doctor. Yes, I did say I hadn't seen Dr. Dekker outside of our sessions. That wasn't a lie. Our trip to the lake house was made during a session. You tell me. What could possibly explain that? I assure you, David is not a ghost. I've touched him. Since I brought him back, I felt that there was something different about him, something not quite right. I think it's his brain. But how ludicrous that you can bring someone back in the first place. It's like that book, Pet Cemetery. Funnily enough, he does smell of earth, but that's because he spends most of his time out hunting. If David doesn't exist, then that means that I really did kill him. He really is buried, and I really should be going to prison for a very long time. That just doesn't seem right to me. It's more probable that I reanimated him under Dr. Dekker's guidance.
Yeah, that's infinitely more plausible. Oh boy.
Hello, Doctor. I've been thinking about our last session, and I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bad
Of course you would
person.
say that.
I know taking naked photographs is wrong, but you don't know what it's like until you face the same temptation. I'm assuming you don't know what it's like. Do you have an extra hour, Doctor?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you could take those photographs without the power. So it's... Never mind. Oh, God.
Dr. Dekker frequently used that paper spike on his desk as an example. I'm sure he did it with the other patients too. He'd make me look at it, touch the point to see how sharp it was. He'd tell me that because I think it's sharp, it will hurt me. But if I thought it was nothing, it could pass right through my hand. I spied on Dr. Dekker not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw in his basement. I'd been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained. I removed the chains, dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's no evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done. But she was free. I saved her. I'm not evil. I destroyed evil. I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least.
Really?
Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered.
Haha.
I do remember her face.
Right?
She wasn't upset.
That's such a weird way to
She
say
seemed
it.
agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft port side sprained his ankle. That and he wasn't lifting correctly. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor. I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before carrying him to the grave. He is in the ground. I'm sure it wouldn't take much for the police to get an order to have him exhumed. Just make sure it's done on Tuesday morning when I'm off.
Yes, I have an extra hour.
You're playing games with me, Doctor. I was going to tell you what I know about the murder weapon, but now, well, now you just have to go without. I don't know who it is. My initial thought was that it was you. That I told you about my affliction and somehow you'd got it too. Now I think maybe it's the military.
Ooh.
Some organization that wants to use the hour themselves. Maybe it's Dr. Dekker risen from the dead. I need to talk to you about him. I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills in the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour. Get whatever you want and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me if they get me? Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window. Like it's testing me. I split the brawl up. I did nothing. I'm not stealing anymore. I looked in. Watching other people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
Oh, good. You didn't take pictures.
Would you tell Jessica? I love her. She didn't really know me that well, but I did love her. And also, there's a hard drive in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet.
Oh, God.
Please destroy it. Please, don't look at it.
Right? Come on.
Jessica is a beautiful woman. I've not spied on her since the incident.
Oh, good. You haven't spied in a while.
Feelings for her, Doctor. We've never connected.
I haven't spied on you in a while. Will you validate my existence as being a good person now? Huh? Will you? Will you?
I put my hand through a rusty nail at work today. It hurt like hell and bled like I'd been shot. I closed my eyes and thought, this isn't happening. The nail is just a worm, and it will wriggle through me. When I looked back, can you guess what I saw? When I looked back at my hand, it was healed. Look, see? My hand had healed. The nail had become a worm and was wriggling in my palm. It was like a little miracle, like magic. I shouldn't really say miracle or magic. They're words that Dr. Dekker used when he tried to get you to think things and make them real. But do you think it's real, Doctor? That magic is real? I find using nautical terms to describe the position of pallbearers fitting. Plus, most of them are 3 sheets to the wind. You know, drunk.
I don't like this one,
Thank
but
you,
I'm gonna.
Doctor. Thank you.
I'm gonna at least advance all the
It's nice you think
pieces.
I'm capable of such basic interaction with females.
I don't know if I do
I'm
believe
still
that,
in
but
awe of her, really. I will think about it, though. And so it isn't. I envy you, Doctor. I wish I could be so sure.
I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker? Doctor, if you don't want it, don't text me and ask for it. It's all right. I don't mind doing menial tasks for you. Someone has to do them. Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you. Checks and balances, Doctor. Somebody needs to be watching the watchman, so to speak. Make sure you're helping, not hindering. He probably did his fair share of helping and hindering. He was definitely helping in the beginning, but then seemed to lose sight of things. I think he was so overwhelmed by the patients he was getting. His curiosity just got the better of him. There was a definite turning point. Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him.
yeah, that's the descriptor.
I hope
Extra
you
weird
deal with it
patients.
better.
There's the clinical term.
Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're going to ask me how I feel today? I think that's all settled now. We are agreeing to pay Ben £5,000 and he's agreeing not to say anything about what he saw. He thought he saw a creature coming out of Dr. Dekker's mouth. Well, at least that's the reason he's given for not emptying the bins that night. Either way, it's not the kind of publicity that we need. Shiny, happy, sane people. It's in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it. Some mornings I come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels like he actually is here, watching over me. We had a connection. It's gone now, though. You can't have a connection with the dead, can you? Not for too long, anyway. Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something like that. But it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around. Sorry, I didn't mean I was competing. I was happy Mariana was going out with him. I didn't want to be romantic with him. We had a stronger connection than that. Dr. Dekker and I shared some philosophy. We'd both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and we agreed with a lot of what it said. Have you read that book, Doctor? In Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author suggests that everyone is capable of psychokinesis and that the cult leaders specifically had these powers that turned their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast. Psychokinesis is the ability to change the physical world without actually touching it, just by using your mind. It's not just about bending spoons. It covers all sorts of things like telepathy, telekinesis, telesabalas. Shoot me, I'm a Kojak fan. Like I said, all those cool things are in Cult of the Kinetic Mind, apart from Kojak, obviously. If you ever get a patient who thinks they can change the world with just their mind, then duck, just in case they can. But seriously, do a whole load of shrinking and make them better. Whether you believe in psychokinesis or not, you'll need to figure out your approach with those that do. How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away? No, not at all in my experience. Dr. Dekker had an unusual number of patients who claimed psychokinesis. Either he'd been specifically looking for them or someone had been sending them. It's entirely possible that someone is targeting this practice with psychokinetic patients. To what end, I don't know. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are diagnosed as insane, or at least temporarily insane. It's a handy diagnosis if you're facing criminal prosecution, especially if it's for murder. I was at home on my lonesome, Doctor, like I said before. That's what I'd try to do. Honestly, I think Dr. Dekker had a bit of a crush on Mariana, or vice versa. I'm not really sure. There's some footage from their home sessions if you want to see them. I didn't really speak to Nathan that much at all, but I have this strange feeling that I know him really well. I can't quite put my finger on it. Dr. Dekker did send me to see his mother once. She was dying in a nursing home and he didn't want to see her. I remember him calling her a manipulative, evil old hag. You tend not to ask any more questions after that. Oops, that was a strange thing to say, wasn't it? Whipped. Am I all whips and chains in the bedroom or dominant in the boardroom? Don't answer that, it's not a question. It's early days for a harassment suit yet, what with Ben's nervous shock already. That was a joke, Doctor. I guess we found our level.
Okay, so we got through all the questions or the prompts for Act 3. Which means we got through... So we started with Act 1. We finished up Act 1. We did all of Act 2. We're into Act 3. I'm going to call it. We've been going for a long time today. Before it gets to the point where I unlock another achievement, we'll also exit to menu. Stats. Searches made, 811. Responses found, 175 out of 256. Overall progress, 64%. Hints used, 14. We may play some tomorrow. I'm not sure. I have a mentee race at, I believe, 12 or 1 o'clock tomorrow. Let me check. Racer schedule. Where's my name? Did nobody submit it? Okay, I think I've got the race tomorrow at 1. So I should be able to go live sometime after that for 3 to 4 hours, depending on how quickly it gets done. And then I'll have to stop for dinner, and I'm mentoring a second runner at like 8 or so tomorrow night. So, yeah, double duty tomorrow for the mentees. So don't expect a super long stream. Depending on how the race goes, I might not even get to be live until like 3:30 or 4 o'clock. If we do get time, though, maybe we do some more Dekker. I do have a couple of promos to work through. There's, of course, Zelda. And Ender Lilies is a possibility as well, because I'm enjoying it. It's actually a pretty good game. Difficult, but fun. Sunday might have a little bit more free time, so hopefully we can get a little bit longer of a stream. I think I've got still a couple of trumpet lessons that day, so don't expect me to be live until probably a little after 2. We'll think about doing the NMG weekly. I'm not sure what my mood's going to be on that one, though. Monday, unlikely to have a stream this week. Looks like I'm going to a flower show on Monday, so I will be out of the house probably most of the day. If I stream, it would probably be like some either early or late kind of thing. So don't expect to see me on Monday. But yeah, so have a great rest of your Saturday. I realize we went super long today. Over almost 6.5 hours today. Thanks for hanging out for the seed and a lot of Dekker. We're close, I imagine, for the achievement for our TDL in this one. So we'll knock that one out hopefully soon. But thanks again. Let's see if there's somebody who is live to go raid today. I didn't notice who was doing what. You're right, it is Friday. I said it was Friday earlier. And then I kind of got off track on my time. Let's see, who can we... Also, Xbox Showcase on Sunday. That would be interesting. I could watch that, but yeah, we'll do some extra deck. What time's the Xbox Showcase on Sunday? Showcase Sunday 2022. Sunday, June 12th. Sunday. 1 p.m. So I probably am not home for that one, unfortunately. Or I get home late because I have a lesson at like 11:30 and 12:30, so it finishes at 1. So I probably get back during the showcase, unfortunately. Not great, but such is life sometimes. Well, since you've all enjoyed so much FMV today, it looks like we can go off for another person doing FMV, because Havor's doing FMV. So we'll rate Havor today. More movies. So, have a great one. Now into Saturday, I guess, for all you European folk. And enjoy the rest of your Friday night to everybody over here in the US. So have a great one. Thanks all again. Bye.